Test. Test TTS message. Test, can I hear it?
Hello everybody, welcome to another stream. I'm just trying to figure something out first before I start. I also might do a bit of gaming later today, but we shall see. I'm gonna make sure I've alerted everyone in the Discord. Yes, I have. The cat's not in here. She's been kind of annoying this morning, so I'm a little annoyed with her. Cats, am I right? I'm trying to figure out how to make, like, Sea Lion and WebStorm into, like, desktop applications on Ubuntu. Because they don't really, install. You just have to, like, run them, so it's kind of annoying. I could add it to my path. Oh well, I'll deal with that off stream. I'm gonna turn my volume down a bit. Okay, so we want this guy. Alright, so last stream, I pretty much cleaned up the code and made it so that this white square starts the game. It doesn't go away though, so that's not great. It needs to go away. But first, well, okay, maybe actually first I should make it actually go away. So there's get element by ID. There's also void remove element. We probably also want void hide element. Basically just like, we don't want to destroy it, but we don't want it to be shown. If that makes any sense. I guess... Ugh. Man, I'm sneezing like crazy today. I think someone needs... I guess I should fix the first redeem and stuff. There's also a few new redeems if you missed it last stream. Last stream actually did pretty well, which is pretty nice. Got plenty of newcomers and stuff. Should gigantify an emote. Finally, I have the blazing sword approved. But yeah, so I guess last stream we got... I changed TTS to be 1 channel point because technically it's actually free if you just use a command. But the reason I'm leaving the redeem is so that people know that it's there. And then if you're in the stream long enough, you can you'll probably find out that there's a TTS command by either me telling you or someone else using it. Probably by me telling you. I also added get rid of the chair so you can make me stand. I'm already standing, so I need to code that in with the overlay and make it so that it shows like the status if I'm standing or not. And like if I'm sitting, I need to make it so that the chair thing turns on. That way people can't redeem it if it's not actually really redeemable. I also added do 5 push-ups, and then there's a roll a die for push-ups. Basically, I have to roll a die, and then multiply the result by 2 and that's how many push-ups I had to do. That one costs a bit more. And then there's still play games for 1 hour, which no one's redeemed yet. But we might be close. I think Chas is pretty close to being able to redeem that, so we might be able to play some games soon. I actually might just play games later, though. Wait for, So if I remove elements... it would be nice to, like, hide an element, because I don't have to, like, deal with recreating them. Like, if I... Like, for example, on the main menu page, I have the UI elements for the main menu. You have the sandbox, you have the... I'm gonna turn it down a bit. You have the sandbox, you have the quit button, you might have the settings button. If you go to the settings page, you wanna... I don't wanna destroy the main menu elements, I just want them to not exist and do anything. Sriracha is on the floor. I need to order a cheap webcam, so I have the cat cam. Yeah. She gonna lay on my desk now? I also need to get like a pop filter for my mic. I'm gonna turn my mic down a tad bit. There we go. Yeah. She laying on my desk again. But yeah, I need to get like another webcam. Maybe like a little tripod, and I put it on my side of my desk over here. And that way it points towards the computer. And when the cat lays on my desk, I have that angle. And then like a webcam to point at the window. Although I feel like you'll be able to see the window just fine from here. Because she usually likes to lay right there on the windowsill. So if I just like angle my camera a bit more. Well, actually, you probably can't see the windowsill because I have it like cropped to the side. I have to stand more to the side. She's so soft. I guess I could leave it like this. Oh, you know what? I should incorporate Twitch overlay ideas. So, Axiomyth had, I think that was who it was, had an idea to do like kind of a 2D falling sand that, you know, add some interactivity to the overlay. Falling sand that slowly inches towards stick figure. Bits and subs make I guess add more particles, or like have like asteroids come down. Asteroids. That would be kind of cool. I guess I didn't get the point of, does it just crush my little character guy if it reaches him? But then, like, what do you actually get out of that? I don't know. It just resets, probably. So we'll close that. So I want to be able to, like, I wouldn't say hide, but just, like, completely disable. If I could spell right. Do you see someone, Sriracha? She's, like, right here. So you, like, can't see her because she's out of frame. I want to stand more right here. And then be able to turn my camera a tiny bit more. But my mic does not... Well, I guess it does. Let me turn my camera a tad bit. Go. That might be a little bit better. Then you can see the windowsill and stuff. And then I can stand a little more straight on to my stuff. Or tail. Get your tail off my keyboard. You can be on my desk, but you can't touch my keyboard and mouse, okay? You got that? You're like, no. I can do whatever I want. I'm a cat. Fuck you. Yeah. He's like, it's a privilege that you have me sitting on my desk. I had to move a lot of the stuff off my desk because she tries to mess with it. I got like AirPods. She was trying to freaking like toss my little dongle thing around. It's like, stop. Leave my shit alone. Silly cat. Anyway. Okay, so being able to remove an element and disable one. Let's go ahead and generate definition. So to remove an element. To remove an element, elements.erase ID. I guess we should do something a little bit better than that. Do I make it the outside responsibility to take care of properly exiting the element and stuff? I guess what are the element? I guess there's not like really any exit functions or anything on it. Just yeah, you remove it. Element dot at ID disabled equals true. I guess if you have a disable, you can have an enable. Void enable element. Elements at ID dot disabled equals false. Alright, so on element bool disabled. Probably just put that there. And then text title false. And then in render, if element disabled, then continue. Can I copy a single line? I need to figure out what the command is for that. Same with the update. And then I can close some of these. A lot of files open. So if I go to main menu, when the main menu is just not when it's destroyed necessarily, but when you exit, GUI dot remove element button. We also want to do that in here, although exit should be called when you destroy the scene, but when exits when you just leave the scene, but if you were to destroy the scene, I would hope that the exit's also called. I think exit's also called. I guess I should look. Switch active scene. Set the next scene. Current scene exit, yeah. So when you switch scenes, it exits. Oi! I know you want to expand yourself all over my desk, but like, leave my keyboard alone. Wait. No. She's trying to like full on lay on my keyboard now. What a cat. What a cat. Are you a cat? I love you, but you're also really annoying sometimes. What are you doing? Don't scratch my monitor. I'll kill you if you scratch my monitor. I won't actually kill you, but like I'll be very mad at you. I already damaged one of my monitors by dropping a screwdriver on it. I'm so mad at myself for that. Luckily, it was the portable one, so like, I mean, a little bit of damage to it's probably kind of expected. So, current scene exit. So yeah, when the scene system exits, it'll exit the scene as well. So that should be fine. We don't really need to do anything in here. Man, Sriracha, you're not giving me much space here. Oh, wait, leave that alone. Just because I moved the wire doesn't mean you need to fuck with it. She is driving me crazy. You can probably see I'm messing with her tail. I'm gonna mess with your tail. You're messing with my stuff. I really need a cat cam. Oh my god. Yeah, you can lay like that. That's fine. Alright, so let's see. I need to remove the button element. Because when you in it, scene system add scene. So that's probably not great that I'm adding that in it. Unless I plan to remove. I haven't thought about that. If Because init is called whenever the scene becomes active. Really what I need to do is on construction. So it's kind of annoying that I have to do that in the H file, but the button's fine. That's the behavior I want. But the adding of the sandbox scene, Alt Enter, and then I guess when this is done, it automatically deletes all the scenes, so I don't need to actually handle removing it myself. I just need to not add it in it, otherwise it'll add it multiple times. So maybe in here with add scene, I should make sure that nothing exists there. To do check and make sure nothing is already added for this. Technically there's not supposed to be multiple of the scenes, so I mean I guess there could be, but like why, I guess? I don't really know. But even then, you just name them differently, I guess. I don't fucking know. Alright, so if I run this, I press the button, it does in fact go away. Let's go. I need to deal with like loading screens though, because the startup is not great. Completely halts while everything loads in. Could also make loading just faster, but like that's probably not possible, so. The crows. The crows. I need to find a use for my Raspberry Pi, because it's kind of just sitting on my desk collecting dust right now. There's an SD card in it. Which probably has some stuff on it that I want to keep. Evo Plus. Yeah, I haven't used this thing in a while, actually. I thought of actually using it as like a little computer for having it the TV, and I could like run Steam Link on it or whatever, Steam Remote Play. But it turns out that Steam does not have native builds for the ARM architecture. So that means that I can't actually run Steam on this without doing a bunch of complicated stuff. So like I don't actually know what to do with it. Also, it like very much struggles to deal with the 4K of the TV, so yeah. Like, I just don't. I had some Discord bots running on it. I should move those into my home server. Yeah. I need to, like, optimize stuff here. But now I can actually add stuff to this. Being able to render images and text at the very least. So I need to figure out how to do that next. That's gonna be fun. Okay, so we need to get text rendering. I don't know if I want to follow this. Ads are starting soon. Ads starting in 1 minute. That was a little late. Probably will end up using free type. Looks like ads are over. Man, I already have 6 followers on Kick. There's cat hair everywhere. That's right, you're shedding a lot. Alright, so free type is probably the way to... This one. Using one vertex buffer, one texture, and free type. So, installation instructions is probably really complicated. If you want to reuse distribution packages as much as possible, you need at the very least, to compile and install ant tweak bar from a source. Build, see, make. This makes building a little bit more complicated. It's the thing I don't like about C and C++ is that, like, especially if you add libraries and stuff, it usually makes building the program more complicated. Whereas something like Rust they have a package manager that makes it a little bit easier. You just add it and like it takes care of itself essentially. This is probably where I start breaking Windows building, because I just can install it via VC package. That's a lot of freaking work just to... Okay. This seems like a lot of work. We'll star that. They have this. There's also this, I guess. I definitely want probably just a like header file drop in. Basically. Pulled pork sandwich. Alright. I'm going to go make lunch. I will be right back. And I am back from getting myself some lunch. Go ahead and unpin that. Alright, cat. You are 100% in the way and making it actually impossible for me to use my desk. Having leftovers from last night. Pretty delicious. I guess I can run words on the stream if anyone's interested. Got words running. Fail. Wait, leave my food alone. It's for me. It's my food. Hey, you can see the cat for once. Yo! Axiomyth Games. Thanks for being first. Look who's up and running. Yep. First thing in the morning. Well, I did start a bit later than I wanted. I wanted to start at like 9 a.m., but I ended up starting at like 11. Exactly an hour ago, so I guess 11:20. Gotta get words going. I'm eating lunch, so that's why I got words. That explains a lot. Because there's beans. Beans, the magical fruit. The more you eat, the more you chew. Wait, leave my food alone. Cat's, I'll restart it. Even though it's supposed to be automatic. The cat eats salad? She's trying to. She seems interested. This isn't really a salad, it's more of a like taco mixture. I guess, I don't know, like burrito mixture? I don't know. Sort. No! Well, how did I get that one? You put the message first. Slot. Oi! Stay on my food. See, she also seems very interested when I do actually have a salad. She like... Last time I had a salad, she was like trying to get into the bowl. This is more like ground turkey and beans and rice and stuff. You know, I see the cat. She's trying. Yeah, also, she really loves, those breakfast sausages that I make. Like, when I make them, she will not leave me alone until I give her some. And then she still won't leave me alone. Hey, finally. Good job. Wait, what's wrong? She's driving me crazy. Did I not set this on automatic? It is. Okay. I think each player has a cooldown between accepted submission. Yeah. So when you submit something, you get locked until the next unlock symbol gets hit. Oh, ad break. Oops. Cord. Cord. Oh, you got that. Yeah. No, we're so close. Fours. Did you already get fours? I don't think that was a word. Oh well. Almost done with my lunch. I'm trying to stand a little more on center with this monitor so that my camera can be pointed a little more this way. Because I like to stand here a little more, like on the side. But like, I really need to stand more here. Oh, that my Twitch bot saw me. That's not a command. Found the big word. The cat was being super annoying this morning. She has gotten a lot better. She used to be like super annoying every morning. She has chilled out though. Mostly it's just if she needs food or something. I actually get 2 stars on this one. Yeah. I'm gonna go clean up my mess from lunch. Good luck. No. I hate those stupid best viewers things. Fuck you. I don't want your stupid viewers. I don't pay to get viewers. That's just dumb. I'd rather have authentic viewers. Thank you very much. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go clean up my lunch stuff. Oh, no. We failed. I say we like I actually contributed anything. Alright. That is enough words for now. Back to coding. Back to coding. I do need to wire the music back in. Let's go ahead and connect those. So you hear the music again. Has a cooldown, otherwise would probably make it. Yeah, probably. I really need to get a stool or something. Cause like I want to like sit, but like not like fully sit. I want to like sit on the edge of something. And like I can do that on my chair, but it's not that comfortable. I kind of want to play a game later. Ah, I should play this on stream. This game is so interesting. Dream Barbecue. It is an interesting game. I like saw a streamer playing this and I was like, I have to play that. It's just such an interesting game. But the other thing I really want to play on the stream again is My Summer Car. I actually want to complete the game. I actually have a racing sim wheel. Oh, I got a bunch of shit. I have a racing sim wheel, so I can mount that to my desk and stuff. But we'll have to see about that. See about playing that sometime. I need to stay hydrated. Hey, real driving, yeah. This game is actually like made to annoy the hell out of you though. You have to actually build the engine and the car itself. And like this is one of those games that like if you lost your save for the game, it's basically not that horrible because the game is just horrible. Like if you die in the game, if you have like the respawning mode on, you respawn in the town and takes so much effort to get back to your house because it's so far away. This is literally a walking simulator. And the thing is, you might even die trying to walk back to your place again. It's quite the game. It's not a fun game, which is what makes it fun. But I really want to play it again. I did play it on stream before on my YouTube stream. Hi, Sriracha. You might be able to see the cat. You can see her tail just down there in the corner. There you go. Now you can see her. If I move this over a bit, now you can actually see her. That's why I'm trying to stand more in the center. She left. She's trying to chew on my wires. Stop chewing on my wires! Wait, no. Get out of there. Stop. Stop. And she goes more behind the computer. Motherfucker. Boy. Stop chewing on my wire. You shouldn't be back there. Come on. Get out. Come on. Come on. No, you can't be back there. Just because you fit back there doesn't mean you should. Yeah? You can go down there. She's driving me crazy. No, no, no. No, you're not even gonna chew on those ones. I need those ones. Those are the important ones. Come on.
Okay.
What?
You okay?
No, she's fucking pissing me off now. Again. She was like up here and she's trying to go back there and chewing on the Velcro. She's done. She was up there trying to chew on my wires on my computer. And then she went up here to try to chew on the Ethernet cable wires again. Cats are uncontrollable. Yeah, they really are. I might lock her out of here again. I have to shut you out of the room if you're gonna be super annoying. I think she just wants attention, but like I can't quite give her that much attention. Or I can't give her the attention she wants. Like I can give her attention. But like you're not gonna get attention the entire time. I should make a routine for like find the cat. Do you have anything to say? What do you have to say for yourself? She's like, what the fuck are you doing to me? She's like, Mommy, save me. I don't know what's happening. I'm giving you the attention that you're so craving. I mean, she's not fighting me, so she's fine with whatever I'm doing. Okay, now she wants down. Alright. Don't bother Mommy. She's the one that has the food. She was trying to eat my food. No, stay off the desk. Super cute kitty? Yes, thank you. Sriracha, people think you're cute. I want her to be my stream kitty. That's why I need to get a cat cam. She's laying on my desk again, but she's fine. She's fine on my desk. As long as she's not fucking around with my stuff. But yeah, I want to play this again. I should probably finish Hollow Knight because Silk Song's gonna come out soon. We all know it. Right? Silk Song soon. Silk Song soon. Isn't that right, Sriracha? Imagine Silk Song released today. I doubt it would, though. Soon, they say. Soon. I mean, we've already got it confirmed it's coming out this year. Like, it's already confirmed, so. It's just a matter of when. It has to be before September, when the game's in the museum. No use in ruining good reputation. Hopefully not before it's actually ready. Yeah, that's true. I think they've had plenty of time, to be honest, though. I think they've been, like, actively working on it most of the time. It's just, like, they've been taking their time to make sure it's good. I feel like that's probably what they've been up to. And, like, I can understand their silence still in some way, because it's like, what's a few extra days of silence after having been silent for so many years? Like, it's not... There's not much. But then again, it's like, you could say something. You could at least, like, actually, you know, post to your website and Twitter, be like, yo, the release date actually is 2025. And you weren't just told that from Xbox Game Showcase. Again. But yeah, hopefully it does release and it's actually ready. I mean, like, the new video and stuff that we've been seeing, it seems like it's in a pretty good condition, so. It seems like a really large game. I hope it's really large. I feel like I'd be very disappointed if it's like kind of small. Like there better be like a good like month of game, more than a month of gameplay. Like having had to wait this long.
A month ago.
But yeah, well, I can in my terms, I take a long time to finish
In
it.
your terms, that's not a month.
That's quite a bit. If I'm like full on playing it, like 5 hours a day, a month of gameplay is pretty good.
But I could still beat you at it.
Will we speedrun in 20 minutes, JK? Yeah, right. Someone will figure it out. Someone will figure out how to speedrun it. Yo, big boss. Hello. Sorry, I don't pay attention to Kick Chat very much. I really should. You're a game developer? Yeah, kinda, yeah. Mostly just normal software dev, but I haven't really done much game dev. The only game dev I really done is this. The Sand Sim. Which it needs a lot of work, but yeah. And it doesn't really have gameplay yet, so working on it though. Yo, Chess, good afternoon. Don't forget there's good afternoon redeems and stuff. Or is it just, are you just, is there a good afternoon? No, there's good morning. There's no good afternoon redeem. Well, let's fix that. Let's fix that. Morning, evening, and night. How did I miss good afternoon? Okay, so view rewards, pair up points. Good morning, good evening, good night. Yeah, I forgot good afternoon. How dare I? Chef's redeem second, thank you. Yay, people are using the first second. Someone's redeemed third. And don't forget we got push-ups enabled now. And also stand mode, which actually I should disable that because I'm actually standing right now. Get rid of the chair. I'm disabling that because I'm already standing, so I need to set it up for get rid of the chair. I guess I should note that. To do handle get rid of the chair redeem. Display status on overlay. But yeah, I need to actually make this so it's just one redeem. It gets renamed. So that way I can set a limit so it's one per person per stream. Also, I'm aiming to do probably, I don't know, probably like a 4-hour stream. I gotta go do some deliveries. Gotta make some money. Twitch doesn't make me a lot of money. It makes me like a few cents per stream, unless I get like bits and stuff, which I don't really get that often, so. She's sleeping on my desk. Alright, so my water bottle is telling me to drink water. I love to put the AC in this room to like cool it down a bit, but it's a little loud, and it uses a lot of power, so it's a little bit difficult to run 3 computers and the AC all at once. Gotta pop the circuit breaker doing that. Oh, I am so tired still. I was up till like 1 a.m. last night. My goodness. And then the cat woke me up at like 5 this morning. When I got like probably like 7 hours of sleep, which is not too bad, but like not as much as I'd like to get. I definitely need to like force myself to end streams at like streams can't be any later than 11 p.m. unless I'm doing a 24-hour stream. I gotta get outside for a while, lurk. Alright. Go enjoy your grass touching. It's actually really nice outside for me. I really want to go outside, which is another reason I kind of want to do a bit of a shorter stream. I'll probably come back later. Once it's like 4 p.m., I'll probably end the stream. So I can go, maybe not even 4 p.m. I can probably do it a little earlier. Here's the weekend, so... Alright. So rendering text seems to be, kind of a pain in the bottom. Using bitmap fonts seems to be really easy. And medium. There is learn OpenGL's thing. They just suggest this. Like ads are starting in a minute. Probably just do what Learn OpenGL does, because it seems to just be like a... Ads have begun. Why is font rendering so difficult? Because I don't want to have to compile other crap. Because that just makes the building more complicated. Building the project. I don't want the project build to be complicated, so. Not that it's, you know. I mean, it's not that complicated right now, so. Could probably use this. I think you just have to include this. Could also use this. Probably not. Documentation. Looks like ads are over. What button? I mean, it is a lot easier to do. YouTube Premium. Fuck that. The cat is sleeping now. She's so cute. It's nice when she's sleeping because she's not roaming around everywhere, being a menace to society. Don't push the button then.
Yeah, well, this place, the room before, the room I'm currently in, was like full of crap. So it's like, why would I push the button?
Why would you push the
That
button?
seems like a dumb idea. That seems like I'm gonna get my ass handed to me. And I'd rather not.
I really need to reset my iPad so that I can get rid of it. My mom wants the iPad, so I need to reset it so I can give it to her. Cause she'll actually use it. I don't use the iPad. It's just sitting on my home server behind me, doing a whole lot of nothing. It's just doing nothing. So. I think the most that's happened to it recently is a cat walking on it. So. I did try to use it yesterday, but it's not connected to the internet, and I don't know the Wi-Fi password still, so. Because it's just a randomized password. I haven't actually come up with a password for the Wi-Fi yet, so. Best way. So rendering text seems like it's possibly a bit of a pain. Just a little bit.
That's what it do.
What's happening?
Push the button. And now I gotta fight some shit.
Shouldn't have pressed it. They'll beat your ass. I really don't want to deal with trying to render text, but like at the same time, it would be nice to be able to do text. Okay, so I guess we'll ask this. What is the best way to render true type fonts in my OpenGL program? I would prefer a drop-in single header or something that is very simple to compile. There is nothing easy. There's no good drop-in header file solution. This is probably gonna give me some bullshit, but I guess I don't need the Twitch dashboard open. I should just look down here at my thing. I really need to set the font to not freaking Times New Roman on my overlaying. You know what, while it's going, font family. That's so much better. I think it's just using sans. Yeah. For whatever reason. Okay, that's a little bit better. No, it's not frickin'. Should use like. Do we have Comic Sans on here? Probably not. Oh well, it's not important. I just needed the font to look a little better on my remote control, basically. The controller. So what does you have to say? Single header. I guess I can use free type. Deal with OpenGL's tutorial. It's probably not that. It's not that much. It's just. Alright, I guess I need to read through this, understand what the hell's going on. FreeType is a software development library that's able to load font files, render them to bitmaps, and provide support for several font-related operations. FreeType can be downloaded from a website. You can choose to compile the library yourself or use one of their pre-compiled libraries if your target platform is listed. Be sure to link to FreeType lib and make sure your compiler knows where to find the header files. Do they have... Because if I can just use pre-compiled... Yo, Tiger Dev, thanks for doing third. I did not want the demo. Need to delete these. Trying to figure out how the best way to deal with rendering text in my OpenGL application. I really don't want to deal with having to like compile shit and install a bunch of libraries and places and whatnot, which is what I'd have to do if I use the more popular option. You have to like have some dependency, you gotta like compile and install in your system. And it's just like, no, I just want it to work. And the more complicated that the build is, the more of a pain in the ass it is to build the project. And like, I don't want to have to, it's already like complicated enough that I have to like sudo apt install things and whatnot. It's not even that much, it's just like 3 things for OpenGL dev libraries, but like, I don't want to have to do that. It just makes building it harder. And the other problem is like, if the build is more complicated, it's also more complicated to then build for Windows too. And I mean, I guess the other thing they just offer is their VC package. So I guess I could use VC package here, but then like, that's just making my problem worse because I don't want to use VC package. So either I use the easy way out, VC package, or I have a complicated compile. Although Learn OpenGL uses something else, which seems to be decent. Did I not download this? I did not. So if I download this one, is this like a pre-built one or something? I don't think so. Hopefully you'll figure it out. Yeah. And ideally, I just drop in some header files and shit works. Like, that would be lovely. Or like, if I have to link to like a library or something and drop in some header files, that's also fine. I mean, I could just like compile whatever and then like drop in the compiled library and some header files, but like that's a lot of work. I'd rather not. Oh, this is where C++ and stuff are not super friendly. Cause like I could drop this in, but then I have to like fucking build it and shit. And everything has its own like weird way of building stuff. I've been thinking about streaming on Twitch. I kind of have you to thank for inspiring me to get back into it. Yes. Like if you want to do it, just do it. Like that's the best thing you can do. Like for me, it's like I wanted to start making like videos of the sand sim, but like I just don't have time for that. I have time for it now, but like I'm like trying to full-time stream here, so I don't have much time to do videos. But I'm like, well, I have a few hours once in a while, I'll just stream. And also like streaming, it's just a lot easier to like grow a community around it. I feel like videos is it's a little harder. You just kind of have to like keep sharing it everywhere. Like it just feels difficult to do that. Whereas like streaming, you just stream and like you just tell people, "Hey, I stream." And like if they're interested, they'll ask for your link or they'll just find it. Like it's not that hard to find my website and find my Twitch and YouTube and stuff. But yeah, definitely if you wanna start streaming, just go for it. Just do it. Consistency really is the key too. If you wanna like actually kinda, keep growing and stuff. Yeah, that's kind of my thing. I've got an interview for this job tomorrow. If I get this job, I'll only have a few hours each day in the evening. But a few hours is better than nothing. Yeah, that's fair. Hello, welcome first time chatter. Man, people keep coming in. They have usernames that are hard to pronounce. How do you say your username? Vira. That's the best I can do. Welcome, by the way. I am working on my fallen sand simulation. Vira. Fair enough. Gonna drop a lurk for a bit. Have fun, everyone. Alright, cool. Thanks for the lurk. There is the lurk command, ! Lurk, if you wanna use that. But welcome to the stream. Thanks for the lurk. Thank you. Vira is lurking. Thanks for the hydrate. I definitely need it. Actually just ran out of water. I'm gonna have to fill up my water bottle again. I'm so glad that I also just did a few set of push-ups. Will lurk and collect points. Okay. You want to make me do push-ups? The pain. You will lurk to collect points. No. Push-ups. My worst enemy. A transition from cold to warm water from my straw. What's a die? A dice. Dice. A die is a single dice. I'm pretty sure that's the correct way you're supposed to say is dice, but singular. Makes sense. But yeah, if it says roll dice, it means multiple. I'm not doing that. That gives the chance for 28 push-ups. Learn something, thanks. Yep. But yeah, I've been working on the sand sim here. I need to make it so I can render text. Stuff is very broken. I can tell you that. Yeah, I have like nice cold water in my water bottle. Actually, I think I'm gonna go put ice in my water bottle. I'll be right back. Do we have ice cubes or did you eat them all?
We have ice cubes.
Okay, so I got some ice cubes because the warm weather in this Brita filter that's not in the fridge. I'm actually not like a cold water fan. Like, I don't like super cold water. I like water that's a little bit colder than like room temperature water, but like not even like refrigerated water is a little bit too cold. It's kind of in the fridge. I have me some ice. Man, I keep choking on water. My goodness. Looks like ads are starting. Is your bottle insulated? Yeah. I put cold water in it and it stays cold for like a few days. I don't even think the ice in here will melt. Actually, it'll probably melt as I keep adding water to it.
Dying. What's that?
I'm sorry, I inhaled water. But yeah, my water bottle, I'll wait for ads to finish. Oh, no. Oh, you can just barely see the cat's tail. Sorry, I didn't mean to drop your tail. No, you can make it straight. No, don't put it on my keyboard. Cats' tails are interesting. Eight more seconds until the ads are over. Yay, ads are over. Okay. Yes, my water bottle is insulated. It also has a water filter on the end of the straw. It also is like, oh, my camera froze. Sorry. It also has like a UV light to like sanitize the water, I guess. It also has, I can set it up to like make the little, there's like a little white ring around here. It like flashes, you can set it up to flash every once in a while to remind you to drink some water. I don't follow it. It's useless. I tried, but I just can't. Yeah. My cat wants attention. She's laying on my desk. She's sleeping. She also shedding like crazy. You're shedding like crazy, cat. We need to get her a hairbrush. Also, the water bottle tracks how much water you drink, supposedly. Although I don't think it's all that accurate. Man, I got the hiccups now. Okay, so I really don't want to have to. I wouldn't mind having. I wouldn't mind compiling something and then just providing that as like a linked library and some header files for it. I wouldn't mind doing that, But I don't want to add something more to the build process. Because I can just compile that, drop it in here into my include, and call it good, pretty much. Really, ideally, is that there's like a Git repository that I can link in here, like I do with mgui. They do have free type in here. They seem to have like a text drawing, maybe. README. She's pressing on my keys. Man, why is font so difficult? Yeah, like if there's just a GitHub repository I could like drop in here. Like mgui. I believe mgui is just like a Git submodule. It just pulls the whole thing in and it just works. I mean, I do have to add it in here, I think. mgui. Yeah. So like even if I have to compile it myself, like as long as it's just like drop in and like I can just add it in here and it just compiles, like that's fine enough with me. I think free type will do just fine. You have to add it to your compilation include path. do that macro for an example. The other thing is compatibility with like Windows and I guess Mac. Like if it's gonna be a pain to compile on one, but just works kind of nicely on the others, it's like, yes, thank you for being a pain. So I don't need that. I could probably read the documentation. Do they have pre-compiled? There's several ways to access the source code. Use get access. It's probably better to try to use Git. So I can add it as a Git submodule. You can build free type. They do have a CMake files list, which I think makes it easier to compile and stuff. It's best to not include the source code directly, or not to like copy the source code directly into my repository. It's always nice to like not do that. So we'll do this. I believe git submodule. Can you use a git submodule? Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Add the repository to include two steps ahead of me. Yeah, though, well, that's what I was trying to do. Because like that's what I do with mgui. It's just a submodule, so it makes it so I don't have all the mgui code in my repository, and like if I ever like want to search for something in my repository, it's like all this mgui shit appears, and you're like, oh great, it's gonna be impossible to actually find any of my code in here. So yeah, having it excluded. Do I need to do free type as well, or is it going to put free type in there? We'll find out. Get submodule add options. Oh, I did the get. Why is that in there? There we go. Include already exists. Okay, include retype. You added the git clone. Yeah, that was my bad. My bad. Okay, there we go. That's better. And they do include CMake list. Rookie mistake, XD. For dynamic library, use CMake build. For a framework on OS X. Oh my god, why are there so many options? Finally build a project with CMake build. How the fuck do you include this in your shit? So is there a way that I can just say in my CMake list, hey, here's this folder that has a CMake list. Can you build the bullshit in here and expose that to my code? That makes any sense. So I need to include. This is definitely a question I would ask the AI. But at the same time, like, I feel like it'll just be more of a hassle. But, like, I have no fucking clue where to even start, so, like... Ah, my goodness, it's 81 in here already. 81 degrees. I guess it's flipped, but if I go to here, it'll be flipped the right way. It's 81 degrees in here. For you who use Celsius, it's 27. It's 81.
Ew.
Yuck. Yeah, it's... Although that's because we have 3 computers running in this room all at once, so yeah. And a cat. The cat is warm. It is also sunny out, and the sun's kind of coming in the room, so. Let me go check what the temperature is in the other rooms. And you're wearing a hoodie? Wow. I know, because I'm cold.
He's weird. He's
I'm like-
cold all the time.
I'm like warm, and I'm maybe a bit too warm, but also at the same time I'm cold.
We went on a hike recently, or not recently, but we went on a hike at one point, and like I was dying, like I was breathing hard, and then man's over here perfectly fine with a sweatshirt on. Like, what kind of magic do you got, sir?
Magic. Oh, let me go figure out what the temperature is in the other room. Oh, it just went up a degree in here. Just ran into the wall. A hike with a sweatshirt? Oh god. So it is 79 degrees in the rest of the apartment except our bedroom, which is 74 degrees. The bedroom is colder because we had the AC running overnight, so, and the windows pretty much all closed and whatnot. But also the doors like closed and stuff, so that way it kind of stays cool in there. Probably. You're out. But yeah, it's a little toasty. Alright. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright. how does one include this shit in there? Oh my. Okay, so I need to figure out how to actually... you build and use free type. How do I build and use the build of free type? In my CMake project. Here is my CMake list file. I think I copied it. We'll just do this the lazy way. CMake lists is what it's actually supposed to be called. I have free type I have the free type git repo downloaded into the / include free type directory. The git repo is included into my I think that should be enough information for it.
It just randomly started moving. So.
Need something heavier. I love my cat. She's so cute. Ads starting in 1 minute. No, not the ads. Darn those ads. Actually, not darn them, because they give me a few cents. Not very many cents, though. Unfortunately. I'd have to run ads for longer if I wanted. Even then, I still wouldn't make very much from them. The key changes are add the free type subdirectory, link free type. If you want customized free type build, cool. That's pretty simple, actually, then, it seems like. We'll see if it works. Actually, I want to compare with clipboard. So, this left side's the clipboard. That's what the AI generated. So, we just do that. I just want to see what the changes are. And we just add free type to there. Okay, that's not too hard. Add subdirectory, and then at the end of this, we just add free type. As long as it builds, it's a good start. Alright, so built. That's pretty good. Include. Oh yeah, okay. Let's put free type in there. What's up? Yeah, you want some scratches? You want some scratches? It's very toasty in here, huh? Love my cat. She's so big now. I remember when she was so small. She's grown a lot. She's still a baby though. You're gonna be so big, huh? But she's also still quite small. She's a small cat. Alright, so... really should store the chunks somewhere else other than in the build directory. That's an issue for later. Alright, so... on Discord. So we're one step closer to having text working. What does this say? Give me an example. I guess the thing to do is test that this works. Just shove it in my code somewhere. Main's a great place for me to like test stuff. Just like before app. Actually, probably not. Obviously, I'm not going to leave this here. I just want to, like, test that stuff actually works. Okay, process died. If we debug, we might find out better. Or map particle chunks. Why is it crashing there? What? Static initialization. Ah. Segmentation fault. Oh, because past the font's not a thing. So let's download a font. Oh, let's use my other Chrome so I don't dox myself. Google Fonts. Everyone loves the Roboto. I have to find a good font for my Samsung now, aren't I? Ah yes, this is very readable. DM Sans. I like this one. This looks nice. Probably I'll have to find a font later. I just need to like download. That's not confusing. We'll just use regulars, copy that. We'll make a new directory called font. This has to be, okay, so I need to make this clone fonts into here, but for now I'm just gonna do that. So font slash That should cause it to not crash. No, it still crashes. Oh, okay, it starts, but it crashed. Interesting. Why am I getting a... Did I put a breakpoint down somewhere by accident? Nope, it just likes to stop there. I must have put a breakpoint down somewhere by accident. Pretty easy to accidentally do. Okay, but I have no idea if it's actually doing anything. Oops, I meant to debug. It seems like it probably is. We'll go ahead and... let's see. GUI disable... add... or disable... remove... added free type fonts. Commit anyway and push. So, you go to Learn OpenGL, include the appropriate headers. Retype loads these TrueType fonts, and for each glyph generates a bitmap image and calculates several metrics. We can extract these bitmap images for generating textures and position each character glyph appropriate using the loaded metrics. To load a font, all we have to do is initialize the FreeType library and load the font as a face, as FreeType likes to call it. Here we load Arial TTF TrueType font that was copied from Windows Fonts directory. So, FreeType library, init FreeType, or if FreeType init FreeType, error FreeType could not init. Each of these free type functions, new face, put it in the face, I see. So we're creating a free type object of some sort. We're passing that into here and creating a new face, setting the value there. Each of these functions returns a non-zero integer whenever an error occurred. Once we've loaded the face, we should define the pixel font size we like to extract from this face. The function sets the font's width and height parameters. Setting the width to 0 lets the face dynamically calculate the width based on the given height. A free type face hosts a collection of glyphs. We can set one of those glyphs as an active glyph by calling load char. Here we choose to load the character glyph, not gif, glyph X. By setting load render as one of the loading flags, we tell a free type to create an 8-bit grayscale bitmap image for us to use to access via face glyph bitmap. Each of the glyphs we load with free type, however, do not have the same size as we had with bitmap fonts. The bitmap image generated by free type is just large enough to contain the visible part of the character. For this reason, free type also loads several metrics that specify how large each character should be and how to properly position them. Next is an image of the free type. Okay. That's a lot of work, but we'll get there in the end. Each of the glyphs reside on a horizontal baseline as depicted by the horizontal arrow.
No.
This is a small list of properties we'll be needing. So you need the width, the height, the bearing X, bearing Y, and the advance. So the width of the bitmap accessed, the height, the bearing X. Yeah. Wee. So the cat. I really need to get the cat cam. The cat cam. Meow. I want to sit, but I don't want to lower my desk because it'll probably wake up the cat. Why, cat? Why? Alright. The bearing X is the horizontal bearing. The horizontal position in pixels of the bitmap relative to the baseline. So bearing X, bearing Y. Interesting. Advance. Interesting. Alright. I'm gonna sit for a second. It's like really warm and stuff. I'm not used to standing while streaming. Ah. I need to stand more when I stream, that's for sure. Because, standing while streaming's... Imagine standing for 12 hours. Ugh. I don't know how Hypnotic Games ever did it. Yeah, Sriracha. Man, stream's gonna have me being a little more healthy, isn't it? Standing is... Oops. Standing is a lot better. It's just, you know, I'm not used to it, so... It's quite a lot. You can load a character glyph, retrieve its metrics, and generate a texture each time you want to render a character to the screen. It would be inefficient to do this each frame. We'd rather store the generated data somewhere in the application and query it whenever we want to render a character. We'll define a convenient struct that will store in a map. For this chapter, we'll keep things simple by restricting ourselves to the first 128 characters of the ASCII, the ASCII character set. For this chapter, we'll generate a texture and store its relevant data in a character struct. Then we add to the character's map. This way, all data required to render each character is stored for later use. Load the character glyph for the character. Generate the texture. Geotext parameters. Store the character for later use. So within the for loop, we list over all 128 characters of the ASCII set and receive their corresponding character list. For each character, we generate a texture, set its options, store its metrics. What is interesting to note here is that we use GL red as the texture's internal format and format arguments. The bitmap generated from the glyph is a grayscale 8-bit image where each color is represented by a single byte. For this reason, we like to store each byte of the bitmap buffer as the texture's single color value. We accomplish this by creating a texture where each byte corresponds to the texture's color, the texture color's red component. If we use a single byte to represent the colors of a texture, we need to take care of a restriction of OpenGL. OpenGL requires that textures all have a 4-byte alignment. Their size is always a multiple of 4 bytes. Normally this wouldn't be a problem since most textures have a width that is a multiple of 4 and or use 4 bytes per pixel. But since we only use a single byte per pixel, this texture can have any possible width. The texture can have any possible width. By setting its unpack alignment to 1, we ensure there are no alignment issues, which could cause segmentation faults. Be sure to clear free types resources once you finish processing the glyphs. Okay, so we no longer need any of that once we're done. Oh. To render the glyphs, we'll be using the following vertex shader. We combine both the position and the texture coordinate data into one vec4. The vertex shader multiplies the coordinates of the projection matrix and forwards the texture coordinates to the fragment shader. Magic. You take the vertex, the text chords, projection. We combine both the position and the text. Okay, I read that. The fragment shader takes 2 uniforms, the text and the text color. One is a monocolored bitmap image of the glyph, and the other is the color uniform for adjusting the text's final color. We do need to enable blending for this to work though, which I'm pretty sure I already have on. For the projection matrix, we'll be using an orthographic projection matrix. For rendering text, we usually do not need perspective, and using an orthographic projection matrix also allows us to specify all vertex coordinates and screen coordinates if we set up as follows. Hi, Racha. Ad start in 1 minute. Apparently announcements don't show up in my little chat box. Stretch kitty. Yeah. I'm gonna tuck your tail in between your legs so it doesn't get in my way. So you need projection ortho. It makes sense. We set the projection matrix bottom parameter is 0, top parameter equal to the window's height. So height times width. Last up is creating a VBO and VAO for rendering the quads. For now, we reserve enough memory when initiating the VBO so that we can later update the VBO's memory when rendering characters. Generate vertex array, buffer, generate buffer, bind vertex array. Binds the buffer. GL buffer data, set the buffer data, dynamic draw. Enable vertex attribute array. Add to begun. GL vertex attribute pointer. GL bind buffer. Just like unbinds them. The 2D quad requires 6 vertices of 4 floats each, so we reserve 6 and 4 floats memory because we'll be updating the content of the VBO's memory quite often, so we'll allocate the memory with GL dynamic raw. Render line of text. To render a character, we'll extract the corresponding character struct of the character's map and calculate the quad's dimensions using the character metrics. For the quad's calculated dimensions, we dynamically generate a set of 6 vertices that we'll use to update the content of the memory managed by the VBO using buffer subdata. We create a function called renderText that renders a string of characters. Okay, so this is like a shader program use function. Activate texture. Iterate through all characters. to get the character, do all this calculation. GL bind texture, texture ID, bind to buffer, subdata. Now advanced cursors for the next glyph. It is X. Interesting. Most of the content of the function should be relatively self-explanatory. First, calculate the origin position of the coin. Calculate the distance offset. Alright, so this shouldn't be too difficult. It's actually relatively simple. I am going to take a quick break. I do have to like use the bathroom and stuff, so I will be right back. Alright, I've arrived back. I guess it's time to actually, implement this then, huh? The cat is licking herself. Gotta get herself nice and clean. Is it too warm for you, Sriracha? She likes to be warm, so I don't think it's too warm for her. I think she'll be fine when it gets like 100 degrees outside. She'll probably hide under the blanket. Sriracha, you are shedding a lot. Like, there's just heaps of cat hair everywhere. I like just dusted off the front of my computer, and there's already just like lots of cat hair stuck on the end of it. Look at all that hair. I need like a lint roller or something. Sriracha, you are shedding like crazy now. The heat's finally getting to you. Yuck. Hopefully there's not a bunch of cat hair inside my computer too. Alright, so then they have the full code example. Yeah. The cat has been awakened, as you can see. You can kind of see her. What's up? Oh my god. There are just like clumps of cat hair. She is shedding like crazy now.
Yeah. Are you?
I love the little white fuzz. Nature decided that that was beneficial.
This was a good spot for a tuxedo.
Well, nature decided this was beneficial to have a little bit of white hair right here on the chest. Makes you a more attractive mate.
I don't know if that's how that works.
I don't know. Oh. Hi. Sriracha, you'll always be attractive. Not in the weird way, but like... Yeah. She keeps hearing noise outside, and then like sitting up. She's loafing now. She's a full-on loaf. Are you a loaf, Sriracha? I think she thinks I'm crazy, to be honest. You're the one that's made me crazy. I'm gonna move this thing. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna get something to eat. I really feel unmotivated to add this stupid text rendering because I don't want to. But it would be very rewarding to actually get it done. So she even got her legs crossed. Man, imagine I did a 24-hour stream. SMH. It would be too much. Oh, Tiger, you're streaming? I didn't know you were actually, doing it. Should give you a shout out. Oh, fucking... Okay, hold on. I didn't want to do that. Channel. Oh yeah, you are alive. Do I follow? No. I do follow. Okay, cool. I shall lurk. Alright, so I'm gonna lurk Tiger Dev. Heck. Heck.
Oh my god.
Go ahead and give Tiger Dev a good old follow. They're working on their website right now. What? Cat left? I actually have my desk space back. Oh, these are hot. Now let them cool down. So I have these from the little like bread bites from Domino's. Alright, so I'm gonna turn down the volume here. Move that back over to here. Alright, so I guess it's time to actually implement all this into here. The shader that I use, I don't know what they're doing inside there. shader.use. Where does their shader type come from? Learn OpenGL shader. Here we go. Just as GL use program. Okay. Good to know. I guess I'll just leave that open. I'm gonna just put this on my other monitor. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, it can be small. There we go. Small window. I wish you could make Chrome things always on top. But for some reason you can't. There's a setting to use like the system bar. It doesn't seem like it. It's kind of annoying. So otherwise, you know, I could just I'll just put it over here. So these are probably still too hot. Yes. Hot. Ooh. Oh, there's where the cat went. I lost her. She really likes to, I have this cube shelf that I have my computer on top of right here next to my desk. And I have an empty, I have an empty shelf, an empty cube on the bottom, and she really likes to lay down there. I should probably get, like, a blanket or, like, a bed or something for her when she lays down there. Okay. So do I want to put the text rendering in the GUI thing? Or do I want to put that in graphics? I'll probably put it in. I guess I could put it in GUI. Nah, it doesn't make sense. Okay. Mm-mm. But it also doesn't make sense in graphics either. I need like a separate draw thing. Put down again. Yeah, I can probably just I mean, in graphics is where I have the draw 2D, which probably should just be moved. Typing with one hand is not easy. Reveal vec 2 reference position. Let me need we need the scale. I ran out of
Shit!
what?
Fuck shit up. Oh, but I'm dead. I'm not
Good job.
Instead of having a bunch of books to deal with, I only have 2 now. That was... I did not expect that.
Well, 2 is better than a lot, so... Oh, someone dropped something upstairs. I'm trying to finish eating my food so that I have free hands once again. Oh. I'm gonna drink some water. I'm so thirsty. I feel like having the windows open actually makes things worse. Like in the morning it's good, because it's actually cool out in the morning, but then like as the day goes on, it's probably better to just like shut all the blinds and stuff. I still need to scoot over more of the side. There we go. A tiny, tiny bit better. Okay, okay. This should be a const GLM Vec 4 color. Yeah, I guess I'll have to do it in here. It probably makes sense. We'll do namespace rect. So we can put all the rect stuff in here. Probably not using the hard code. This is like the window height. How do I get the window? Let's see. Frame buffer size, GL viewport. So window resizes. GL get window GLFW get window size. Okay. So this wants the window. All right, so uh, void setup text. So we need to initialize this. Standard map. Static cast unsigned int. You happy now? Yes. Okay. Insert all the characters. Honestly, I'd probably want to make a lot of this better, because if I want different fonts other than just one font, but like, if I need multiple fonts, maybe I'll just update the code to handle multiple fonts. Close that. I needed to open this Chrome window. Alright, so I need to grab the shaders. So the vertex shader. Font vertex GLSL. And then we need font fragment GLSL. I believe I already have the blending set. Setup. Yes, I do have GL blending. GLSRC alpha, doing GL1. I don't know if that's an issue, but we'll find out. Actually, where do we use the projection matrix? We use it. I'm gonna have to set the projection uniform then. So when I render, this can be a const. To set the shader uniform. Let's create the VBO and VAO. So we'll also do that in here. Ad starting in 1 minute. Then this is the actual render text function. Float x equals position.x. So we need to also load the shader program. GLU shader program. I think I do that in setup somewhere, or in init. This code is not organized at all, is it? Create the shader program. So vertex rect. We want font vertex. Cannot spell. Okay, so we create the shader program. Looks like ads are starting. Sorry. Can I not? Just focusing on these fucking arrows. Stop. Fine, I'll just do this. so this is GL use program, shader program. GL uniform matrix four. Okay, so let's see, render text. Okay, so where are they setting the matrix uniform? GLM matrix projection ortho. Here we go. I want this. This could probably just be set once on the shader. Shader program. I'm going to put these on separate lines because there we go. That's a little bit cleaner. I would be very, very surprised if this actually works first try. So if I go to GUI, render, do graphics, draw 2D, draw text, element.text, (1.0f) GLM vec4 1.0f. Okay. There's no text. But nothing crashed either. Let's see. Did the shaders copy? No. That's probably why. Oh, you know what? The text... Probably because the text is white. Probably doesn't help if the text is the same color. Okay, never mind. Oh, but no, that should be black, actually, isn't it? Still nothing. Oh, I never called setup text. Duh. Then things now things can crash. Yeah. Alright, failed to load font. Well, that's fine, because I never actually provided it with the actual font. Font Ubuntu regular. Okay, so it doesn't crash anymore. There's no text. This might be one problem. 19, 20, or... Oh, I need to actually set the shader program when I do this. GL use program. That's one thing, and then I also need to set the proper values on here. So width and height. 1920.0f. For 1080, these need to be dynamic, but for now we'll just do that. Okay, that's an improvement. And it's because we need to set... Where are they setting the blend mode? Here we go. So... Bless you. How are these different? Probably don't need to do that. Actually, I'm pretty sure that always broke stuff. GL1, so this is the only difference other than that. So let's try this first. Yeah. Okay, so it needs that. Now, is that problematic for transparency in this? Oh, things are very interesting. This seems better, maybe, because it's probably actually calling faces, but... So that's too transparent now. Oh, because we're not calling faces. I'll probably do this. I'm pretty sure last time I did this, it breaks stuff. Yeah. Something's very, not right. It's not calling things correctly. Not that that probably gives me any boost in FPS, to be honest. So you want this. Are you able to make the window transparent? Why is it not afloat? Okay, so that makes player. That would be in fragment rect. So now I need to actually up this so it's actually seeable. That's a little bit better. Alright. We'll close that, close that, close that. That. So, I'm trying to think. GUI. We'll add this back in. Text is white. Oh, you know why that wouldn't appear? No, it's not transparent. Okay, why is text rendering after the rect? Weird. Why do I need to draw the text first and then the rect? That's not right. Why is a rect not taking on the color? Did I ever implement color for that? I don't think I've ever implemented color for rects. Why is it backwards? That doesn't make any sense. If I swap these things, the text would draw... element dot size divided by 2.0f. Hmm. Why does this draw in the opposite order? Never uses the color apparently. 0.5F. Make it transparent. Alright, now it takes on the color. Why does it draw in the reverse order? Alright. This is dumb. I don't understand why the draw order is different. Draw text happens after. But if I draw text... That makes no sense.
Man.
Guess we're gonna have to use that one program. There we go. Launch application. Okay, executable path. What the hell is going on here? So we really are drawing the right order. It's just something weird like the depth buffer or something. Back buffer depth stencil. this the text? What? Okay. So if we draw them in the correct order, take a screenshot. Draw the rect. We draw each of the characters. So we draw our rect friend. Bind vertex array default VAL. Am I loading the shader at the wrong time? If I just set this here. 'Cause I feel like that might be part of the issue. No. But it might be an issue later on with the other shaders stuff. Alright, I'm gonna be back, right back. I have to use the bathroom. And I have returned. Alright, so I have not the slightest clue what the heck's going on with this. I wonder if it has something to do with the depth buffer. GL enabled depth test. So if we go to main menu scene. Yes, okay. So it is the depth testing. Good to know. Good to know. I'm glad I fixed that, because that was gonna kill me. So, the main problem now is that the text renders from somewhere, but I don't know exactly where. But text, the position isn't the center position, so I don't know what I need to do about that. But we have a button and we have text. I wonder if text is gonna be a problem rendering on the 3D. I guess I could test it. It wouldn't hurt to try. So in Sandbox, at the very end of everything, we can just do graphics, draw 2D, draw text. Turn caps lock off. So this is a test text segment. The fitness grand pacer test. A GLM vec2. We'll put this at, oh, let's say 400 on the screen. Scale 1.0f. GLM vec4, we'll just make it white. Let's see what happens. Okay, so it does work. That's so cool. Oh my god. We freaking have text motherfucking rendering. Don't mind the things that are flickering. We don't talk about those. I think it's just render order, like the render order of things is changing for some reason or the other. Or there's just Z, I think it's Z fighting actually. Yeah, it's just Z fighting. I'm gonna have to fix that somehow. But yeah, the particle type transparency also looks a little bit better. At least the thing when you're holding it. So, that does mean that we can probably start doing some UI. Draw a rectangle. Tiger Dev, are you still live? Yes, it's just on a be right back screen. Oh, you're almost to 50 followers. It's pretty cool. Haven't got affiliate yet. We gotta get you to affiliate, that's for sure. Why does it set my thing to green? That's just weird. Okay, so ideally I'd be able to draw text from the center, because that's how most things are positioned right now anyway. It would be nice if draw a rectangle. Took that. So that means that vertex normal cube, vertex rect. This is a vec 4. So So then I am able to do transparency. Yes. I definitely need to change that, but for right now, I'm just trying to get this working. So let's draw a GLM Vec2. We'll just start at 0. (1.0f), and then we're gonna make it slightly transparent. This does not know what it's doing. Size. Let's make it 100. Not 100. We need the X first. I'll make it 500 and then 100. The position. 250 by 50 because it's centered on that. So go to sandbox, we should have that, and it's slightly transparent. Perfect. So then if we draw our text at 250, 50. Oh, we could start at 50 actually, because it's not centered. The text probably doesn't render. Yeah, because it's being depth tested. GL disable depth test. And then enable. There we go. (0.8f), and then we probably want to make the text black. There we go. So what I'm gonna do with this, I guess it needs to move down a tiny bit. So like 30 maybe. Then what I want this text to be is the particle type. So rendering controls, Slater int, Slater float. The drawing is in player. Are you able to access draw type from outside of here? It is private. I guess the player handles drawing. I feel like then if I'm making hide, I guess it could just go on the player. think that works. Yeah, let's go. Alright, so does this font glyph count? Trying to think, like I could draw. Actually, I could just draw like a tiny little rectangle. Probably like 10 by 10. The position somewhere. Then we want the color to be this dot color. What is color on here? A particle color. So we want this normalized. Const auto. This returns a norm color. So then we want a GLM vec4, which is this. Dot RGBA. Then we want this to draw at the position 250. Okay, that's a bit small, but as you change the particle type, it does change the color on there. That's really cool. So this could be a little bit larger. The text could start a little bit further over, so we could say like 70. Okay, it needs to go a little bit further. 100. That's pretty good. Now we want to be able to change the draw type. Handle particle placing. Probably not there. Where's the update? Handle changing the selected particle type. So if input system is key triggered, GLFW key what kind of keyboard control, or how should the keyboard control work for this? If you put tab, maybe just cycle through, or that's kind of annoying. I want to be able to like control. So if I do left, we're gonna need to know the draw type, the current draw type, give the particle draw type count. Minus equals 1. Draw type needs to be clamped though. Is there any sort of like clamp function? Actually, what am I doing? Just max min draw type and draw type minus 1. Prefer the bigger number. Standard ranges max. Unsigned, I guess. And then we do the same thing for the right arrow key. We want to plus equals we want to minus equals 1 and then draw type equals standard max. So we want to plus equals 1 and then draw type. And then we just put draw type. This one needs to be the minimum of the max draw type. choose a way to... Yes, one new. There we go. So that should be able to change them. So go to sandbox. Oh, you're still going? How's text rendering? Well, you can see I have text here. Yes, I can use the arrow keys to change the particle type now. So I don't actually have to escape to change them. Yeah, you can see it text rendering. I feel like arrow keys are a little annoying. It would be nice if I could like alt scroll instead, but I'll have to handle dealing with that. Regardless, I can use the arrow keys now instead of having to escape to change MGUI. Now I can make it so when I click escape, it just finished my stream. Thanks for looking. No problem. Looks like you still need to get to affiliate, huh? Yeah. I mean, you seem pretty close. You already have the amount of followers you need, so... And... I think all you need to do now is stream for like 3 days. And... You only have to have... You have to have 3 days of streams that average 3 viewers. They made it way easier. Yo, Sickalux. Hello on Kick. I don't know if I said your name right. Oh, I remember I'd call you just Olex. Hello, Olex. Sorry, I do not pay attention to Kick chat whatsoever. But yeah, like if the window becomes unfocused, I want a pause screen to come up. I think right now the game already ignores inputs anyway, except for drawing. Interesting. There's also a bunch of Z fighting, which is not ideal. But yeah, now I can change the particle type with my arrow keys. That makes life so much easier. Oh goodness, that's not good. Seizure warning. So damn render order. I really need to separate transparent things into their own like mesh and render that after rendering everything else. It would also be nice to like, if you're like up close to a particle, to actually select that instead of like be able to draw behind. Gotta do a bit of math and stuff for that though. Okay, that's just awful. I'm just gonna reset the chunks. But yeah, so text rendering is working. I do need to change the colors of that, actually. I was having some issues with it before. It seemed like the render order was backwards. Actually, it's just the depth test having some issues. Button. I guess I need to be able to customize this button. Alright, so draw rect. And then the text should just be black. The other thing I need to do is make it so text renders the position that I say is the center position of the whole text. So that's going to require a bit of math. Ah, yeah. So you got a little ways to go. You don't think the last one's happening anytime soon? The minimum of the minimum of 3 average viewers on 4 different days. I don't know. When they changed the requirements, I hit it really quickly. But I also had a little bit of help from some other streamers. They lurked me. So yeah, just DM me anytime you go live and I'll make sure to lurk. If I can. But yeah, just consistency. Being consistent would really help too. Especially to me. Like, if you stream consistently, I can consistently watch you. As long as I'm not streaming. If I'm streaming, I can lurk, but like if you stream consistently, then I like, oh yeah, let me go lurk you. But like if you're not streaming consistently, it's like, well, it's a lot of effort to go check, so if you're live or not. So but yeah, so now we have a sandbox button. I think I'm going to start stream whenever I code, which is pretty consistent. Yeah, there you go. That's pretty much me. Like, I pretty much don't write any code, except when I'm streaming now. And, like, I don't want to write code unless I'm streaming, which is a huge motivator to that stream. Because, like, honestly, the combined brain power is really nice. I would love to tune into one of your streams too, so hopefully sometime you're not streaming while I am, and then it'll be easier to tune in your stream. Alright, so we're going to specify 2D things don't like depth buffer, yay. Alright, so let's rename this to sandbox button. Then we want the quit button. Lowercase that. We want this on the same X, but we want this on a little bit lower. So that's 100 tall. Let's do minus 150.0 F. There we go. The text is very bad alignment. I need to get center alignment working, which requires a bit of math. I'm sure a lot of the text code also probably could do some improvements, like with some matrix math and stuff, but and each character is an individual draw call. I'm sure there's probably a way to just render the whole thing at once. Reminds me of my very poorly made Unity games. Yeah, there you go. So quit doesn't actually do anything. And actually, if I was to go to sandbox, the quit button will probably still be here. Yeah. The text isn't though. Yeah, I definitely need to fix the Z fighting. We have a blank slate to work with now. So what the hell is that beeping? It's so irritating. Sandbox. Quit button. Elm. And then instead of this, we want to app shutdown. And then we no longer need amGUI. We need to actually remove that. Re-enable depth test for any, because it is default. Not like default in terms of like it being default in OpenGL or anything, but default in my world. I want it to be on by default. So like if you need the depth buffer or depth test to not be on, you have to intentionally turn it off and make sure you turn it back on when you're done, so everything else can just work, because pretty much everything else in here uses the depth buffer. But yeah, yay, one less mGUI page. So quit should quit the program. Okay, it doesn't. That's an issue. Because I press because the typo. Not really a typo, but the wrong thing. Okay, quit. Still not working. Get element by ID quit button. Quit button is triggered app.shutdown. Okay, sandbox works. But app.shutdown's not. Standard. Is that not being called, or? Okay, so they're differently ID'd. Get element by ID quit button. So we never call quitting. Why is the quit button not working? Get element by ID at ID. So it's trying, but the update's being weird. Add start in 1 minute. Let's see. Input mouse is hovered. So if I debug, this is not getting hovered. That one is though. It's not disabled because then it wouldn't be rendering. Is this backward? Yes. I think the Y is backwards. So if I debug this, okay, so mouse, I believe mouse Y, render Y flipped. The mouse Y. I think the mouse Y is flipped. Because when I was doing the UI, like this Y is definitely, this is definitely XY. But I think mouse Y is inverted. Or is positive Y is down from mouse. So 1080 minus mouse. Yeah. Why? That's annoying. Gotta hydrate. I think the cat's still down there. Yep. She's still laying in the shelf. What a silly cat. So I need to get GLFW. Alright, graphics systems. We can get window, create shader program. GLM IVEC2. I guess it would be UVEC. Not get mouse position. Get window size. Generate definition. Unsigned int width and height. GLFW get window size. We need the address of. I believe this one's int. We could just do IVEC. Where'd my cursor go? Thank you. IVEC, window size, GLM, IVEC, 2, window size, equals GLM, IVEC 2, 0, dot X, dot Y, return window size, there's somewhere in here that I would benefit from this function. GLM IVEC2 window size, get window size. Alright, and then not in here, but in GUI, const GLMI view window size, window size dot Y. For some reason, drawing Y up is positive. So in here, GL in disable GL depth test. That way I don't have to do it. In here I'm still gonna do it because I might be drawing others. Stuff. So sandbox should go to sandbox. Yep. I can change the draw type. Very good, very good. That's so buggy. Gotta erase these, they're freaking causing a seizure. Alright, so I'm going to delete chunks because that's awful. That's some pretty good progress if I'm not gonna be lying. Probably more progress than pirate software. Always more progress than pirate software. I've got text working. It was such a pain. Also, you can change the particle type you're drawing with the arrow keys now. So much easier. Oh, hi, cat. You were hiding in the shelf, and now you're not anymore. She's so cute. But yeah. Now I don't need this horrendous thing here. That can go away. I mean, I guess it's not gonna go away because I need the debug information from it, but now I can go over here. Aha! And change the drawing type while I'm drawing. Alright, so now I need to make it so I have a pause screen. And the pause screen actually like pauses the sim. Oh, it's gonna be a lot of work to get a pause screen. But yeah, no more MGUI. No more forced MGUI in order to actually use the sand sim now. MGUI's actually, that's a huge achievement. MGUI is actually officially just for debug. Is it? Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, maybe not completely, because there's like the field of view. And like mouse sensitivity. So I guess I need like an actual settings menu in the main menu. Maybe in the pause screen, but and so much work. Oh. That's gonna be a lot. I also need a way to like get back to the main menu. That would be nice. But yeah, we actually have a main menu now. Should post that on Discord. Yo, Swashbuckling Fox. Thanks for the lurk. I'm a little quiet. I'm trying to type something up in the Discord. But I finally got some text rendering. And a main menu. Did I just fucking delete the images I just took? God damn it. Damn it, Discord, why'd you do that? Okay, we'll do this again. Yeah, I've got a main menu, which can go to the sandbox now, and you no longer need to use the mGUI UI to control the particle type. You can just use the arrow keys on the not the numpad, but I guess the arrow key pad. Just the arrow keys, I guess. So yeah, it's pretty good. Can finally switch the draw type without having to exit. I should not have drawn those. These are very not great because they're transparent, and transparent stuff's got some issues. As you can see, the seizure waiting to happen looking at these. Water's just as bad, actually. I need to render transparent stuff completely separately, like from its own mesh, which is quite a bit of work. But yeah, things are coming together. Draw me some sand everywhere. But yeah, things are really coming together, so that's quite nice. I guess I should commit the code. Added text rendering and added quit button to main menu. Remove. Added custom UI for particle draw type. But yeah, so much has changed now that I can draw text. Like a lot of things have actually changed now that I can draw text. I feel like once you can draw text, at least in like the custom game engine sense, like, man, it's 85 in here. I should not be wearing a sweater. Anyway, in the sense of like the custom game engine, I feel like once you can render text, you basically ascended into like professional level. I don't even say like professional, but just like now it's actually becoming a game. Like it's now actually a game. Excuse me. Rather than like just being a cobbled together debugged mess with debug UI everywhere. No, I got my own UI in here now. I actually kind of like this font, not gonna lie. Yeah, like, now I've got my own UI. Oh, not quite my own UI, but I can make my own UI. And, that's so much better. Like, nothing against MGUI, but, like, this just, it just doesn't look as good as this and the bottom, like my draw type thing. So, like, just saying. That does need to be fixed. I guess the scale of the text doesn't actually scale with the window. That's kind of annoying. Or maybe the text does, but the rect doesn't. I guess the rect doesn't. The text does, but the rect doesn't. Because it's still the same size. So that's gonna be fun to deal with. Yay! Because basically it's everything. I guess I'm trying to think out how you would deal with the Windows scale changing. Essentially, you would just scale it by the difference. Or not by the difference, but by the divided by, not, you would scale it by the amount that you scaled by from some given point. So, like, the UI is in terms of 1920 by 1080. Never underestimate the value of a shiny coat of paint. Congrats on being able to add a UI. Also, hey, hello, welcome. And break starts right as you join. But yes, very much. Got a cat on my desk now. You can see her tail. No, you're taking up all my mouse space. Ah, the ad break. We love ourselves a little bit of an ad break. You got turbo again? Ah, okay. Yeah, here's the Sans Sim. I also made it so I don't need to use MGUI to change the draw type anymore. I can use the keyboard for that. I also have a main menu now. I gotta restart the program to get that. Cat is always the true streamer. Yep. She's late on my desk now. But yeah, I actually have a main menu now. Like, it's starting to feel like an actual program rather than you just start it up and you're just in the sand. You're just in the sandbox. But no, you actually start it up and you get a main menu. The drawing text has been a kind of a challenge, but I've gotten there. Now I need to draw images. I need to be able to draw images, which is probably actually not that hard. I just need to remember how to graphics correctly. But yeah, once you get into the sandbox, I do need to make a pause menu. So I'm gonna have to code up some stuff to handle menu stuff. A main menu is so weird. Before it, even the most complete game ever just doesn't feel complete. But a crappy demo with a main menu somehow feels complete. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it literally, I feel, this feels complete. Like, it has a main menu. Like, one thing I do need to actually do is get a loading screen, because like the actual sandbox takes a little bit to load in, and it just like freezes. There's no like indication that it's actually loading. And imagine you have a slower computer than mine. You probably would have no idea that it's actually working. So yeah, some way to do loading screens. I gotta figure out how to do loading screens though. I don't know how I would do that. I mean, I guess there has to be some like weird multi-threading crap that goes on or something. I feel like that's not the right way to do it, but who knows? I am not good at caring about thread safety and stuff like that, so yeah, not the best. Man, why did you have to lay where I need to use my mouse? Like, I have like the size of my mouse worth of space to like move my mouse. But yeah, the sand sim's working pretty well now. I can just fly off and ignore that mess even exists. Vertical space is very limited right now, but that was intentional to reduce lag because the simulation is bad. As you can see, simulation has some issues. I found a plugin for Unreal Engine that does it, but only in packaged games. Still, it's free and makes it look like Skyrim. Interesting. I don't think I have a way to reset the position. No. So I'm completely lost now. The lag spike every time chunks load is something I also need to fix. Which I'll probably just fix with some multi-threading. Yeah, I'm completely lost. I gotta restart the game. But yeah, loading. I need to probably just do some research about how to do loading screens. Because the way I'm thinking of doing it, like, kind of overcomplicates things, but maybe that's the way it has to be done. Perhaps it means I just need to like design things in a somewhat different way. So hear me out. Dropping all the brown blobs look like you're taking a dump on the map. So if you made a city below with terrified little citizens, and then you made the goal of the game to cover the city in crap, it would be hilarious. Man, you're giving me ideas. You're giving me ideas. It's not supposed to be brown, but the lighting is actually awful. Because it's like a single light source. It's supposed to be yellow. But like, this is the light source over here. This is freaking blinding. I'm here to help. But like, it looks, the further away you get, it just kind of looks brown. Dirty yellow. I mean, brown is basically orange. It's just dark orange. But yeah, I mean, that could be a game mode. I think I had like not a concrete plan, but like I had some ideas for the gameplay. But like I gotta get the sandbox actually working first, because if the simulation works like crap and nothing interacts with each other, like yes, lava and water just casually floating on top of each other. That's how it works. Yep. Yeah. So getting some interaction and better simulation is much needed before I mess with anything. It needs plop noises as well. Bonus points if you can somehow make it splat in smaller cubes. Oh my goodness. Yeah, someone did suggest doing like sound. Sound will be kind of difficult, I feel like. Like imagine every particle has its own sound effect as it does what it does. But I mean, like, surprisingly, this thing runs at 165 FPS. It's actually V-synced, so it actually runs at like 800, or not 800, it's like 500 FPS now. This is so bright. Hear me out. Imagine that as a Minecraft mod. That's just money right there. Yeah, there you go. I actually tried Minecraft modding before, and I was lost. I didn't understand what the heck I was doing. It's like the documentation for that stuff sucks. Like you either just know how to do it or you figure it out yourself. And I just didn't have the time to do it. Like for basic things like creating a block that doesn't do anything, and like, you know, adding items, like that's easy. Everyone knows how to do that. There's docs for that everywhere. But like as soon as you're like, oh, I want a custom UI and some weird stuff to do with all the blocks I've just made, it's like, oh well, I don't know what you're talking about. That doesn't exist. And also it depends on the mod loader you use, and some aren't that great and some are better, and some have a toxic creator or a toxic community that just hates your guts for not knowing how to use it, even though there's not really documentation. So they just hate everybody because everybody's asking how to do things because there's no documentation. Not talking about specific any mod loaders, but yeah. But yeah, your ideas I feel like would be mods in my sand sim. I do wanna make the sand sim moddable, but that's a long way from now, so sand sim mods, I gotta get actual gameplay in here first. Or at least the simulation has to be like really well done, and it has to be like ready for production. It has to be very polished before I add modding support. And then perhaps I'll just write the gameplay in the mod support. I'll just write the gameplay as a mod. I did think about that. I was like, I feel like these are two separate things. So like if I add the gameplay ideas as a mod, that would be cool. You never even played Minecraft, nor ever looked into mods? It sounds rough. Yui's the only girl for me? Yeah, there you go. I like playing modded Minecraft, and like adding mods to Minecraft, that's easy. But like making mods is just a nightmare. I don't even know how people have made some of the mods they make. I have no idea. It's just actually insane to me. Especially the create mod. That's freaking insane. Alright, so I committed all my changes. Oh, something I need to do is actually making the fonts copy. Do I gotta copy this entire blob of crap just to do... If the system is interesting enough and it gains enough popularity, mods could be a really cool thing. I doubt I waste my time early on with it though before the game had popularity. Yeah, exactly. It just kind of depends on how things go with the sand sim, I suppose. Like if I've come out with a really polished sandbox mode and like that gains a lot of popularity, then maybe I'll write mod support and then make the gameplay as a mod rather than making the gameplay in it. Because like, you know, if you want it just for the sandbox, like you don't want to download the extra 20 gigabytes of gameplay assets. No one wants to do that. But if you want to play the gameplay, you download the 500 megabyte simulation and also the 20 gigabyte of gameplay assets, and then you can play it. It's a DLC. I actually really don't like DLCs, but you know, mods are a different thing though. But if the sandbox isn't like super polished and it hasn't really gained that much popularity, I'll probably just make the gameplay mode built in and, you know, just deal with the fact it exists in there. If you want to use the sandbox and do the sandbox things, or if you want to play the game, you can play the game. I mean, how big can those assets be? The first chapter of my game package is only around 6 gigabytes. That's fair. It was an over-exaggeration. I highly doubt that this would be that much. In fact, I could probably just figure out how large it is right now. It's probably not that large. Open files. There's a lot of extra bullshit in here as well. Totaling 83 megabytes. That's including all the extra bullshit that's not actually required for the program to run. That's also including all of the chunks that I just created there. So, like, it's not that big. This is arguably the largest folder, or the largest piece of data in here, actually. Yeah, it's literally half the size of it. It's just the world data that I created. I really need to not save chunks if they're not modified, at least right now for the sandbox mode. When it comes to like the gameplay though, I would probably save chunks, especially if there's like terrain generation. But yeah, there's a lot of issues with the way I've done a lot of stuff. Oh my goodness. I don't think I have a hex editor on Linux. I need to find one. But yeah, I doubt this would actually become very big anyway. People worry so much about game sizes, but that really only seems to matter all that much for mobile. PC and console games are huge. I think it'll be good. Yeah, I wasn't too concerned about it, but like if you're just trying, the argument more was like, if you're trying to download it because you just want the sandbox mode to do whatever the sandbox mode offers, say it's like an actual like utility program for making 3D voxel art or something, like you could use it for that. Like you don't want the you don't want to download all the extra bullshit along with it for the gameplay that you're not going to actually use. But like at the same time, like realistically in the end, this is probably not going to be more than a gigabyte. So like it probably just doesn't matter. So I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, I gotta do this just to copy the fonts. That is dumb. Guess I could turn caps lock on for once. Font file in font files. Oh no, the consumer will take all that I want to give them, all of it. And then thank me for it. They won't get just the tip of the game. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't too concerned about it. Font file. Oops. Yeah, I get what you mean. I just wanted to make a joke. It's an addiction, you see. I can't help myself. Yeah, fair enough. I got it. Copy of different font file. Surely there's a cleaner way to do this, but we're not going to deal with it. We're not going to figure out how to do it. So this should automatically copy fonts. So if I delete fonts and build, yes, perfect. I just found this font from my Google Fonts, and I'm just gonna use that. I guess actually you gotta check the license of it, but you know, no one cares about that. No, I guess I should care about that, but where did I get the font? It was this one? Yes. Should be fine. We love Google Fonts. I actually need to find like probably a better font that suits the game a little better. I just found a random one and like, yep, that looks good enough. Alright, so enclose that, and close that. I don't need OpenGL learn anymore. I could probably do some optimizations with the text rendering stuff here. Some of the stuff's probably not that great. But you know what? It works, so that's all that matters right now. My goodness, it's 85 degrees right now. Having 3 computers running in this room is... Whew, I need some water. Did you say you had like 800 FPS? Why would you need to optimize anything? I have more like I think it's more like 500 FPS. I guess I could disable VSync and actually find out. Also, RenderDoc is an amazing program. But we don't talk about that right now. So if I find graphics system... disable VSync. This is also like debug build, so I haven't even like, this isn't even like optimized or anything. So I get like 500-ish FPS. Although the MGUI thing does kind of get a little more FPS. I think the reason my mouse gets stuck is because MGUI. Well, okay, so technically, yeah, in terms of like rendering the text and stuff, I'm sure that's all fine. But the simulation actually is running at way worse FPS. It's just, it's on a separate thread, so it being slow isn't affecting the main thread, which is what the FPS here is for. So the main thread's FPS is decent. It does drop to like 200 whenever chunks load in. It's probably all the file loading and saving and stuff. That needs to be optimized for sure. I'm sure there's a better way to deal with that. But yeah, there's no reason to actually really optimize the text drawing. Unless I'm drawing like lots and lots of text, I'm sure that'll become a problem, but for drawing a little bit of text down here, then yeah, no one cares. If it works, it works. The simulation, however, that actually does struggle a lot. Especially when you start getting a lot of stuff in there. So if I go to the player... update handle particle placing. So I don't have these as the for loops I used to have in a different version. So let's see, particles, drawing pose. I'm just gonna go find the code for it. There's no reason. Let's see, physics-based simulation, 2 commits ahead. I need these lines. Drawing chunk pose. Let me go back to here. Cat, you're in my way. Hi. What's up? You wanna come sit in my lap? Or are you just stretching out? Ooh, she wants to sit in my lap. She's a lap kitty. Nope, she changed her mind. No! She was gonna sit in my lap. It was so cute. She wants to sit in the window. Okay, what is this complaining about? Cannot convert brace init list to parameter type. Oh, this is not supposed to be there. It's a different code. So if I draw a little bit more at once, things get a little bit, choppy as time goes on. Surprisingly, actually, things are handled quite well, but change these all to 3. Here we go. This will cause a bit of... It'll start to lag the simulation. You can probably see the simulation going a little bit slower now. Yeah, drawing is like slowed the heck down. Yeah, you can see simulations not running as fast. And then as things start to settle, it'll speed up. Yeah, and then it just speeds up as things settle. I wonder if an open world in Unreal dropping level instances with cubes in them would perform well. I mean, it did 20,000 plus actors on a regular map with Poppet there, and it was hitting 40 or so. Those actors were blueprints and not just singular cubes. It also wasn't an open world map with a HLOD system that I tested on. Could be an interesting experiment. Actually, to be fair, if the cube had no code, then a packed level actor is more efficient and physics can still be applied to it. Interesting. I never bothered to touch Unreal Engine. I pretty much tried to use Godot and Unity for the sand sim. I barely touched Unity for it, really. Unity at the time started to do the cringe stuff that kind of really made them look bad. And to be fair, I guess the Godot stuff I was doing in Rust. So, like, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing in the first place. But, yeah. I also actually tried to use, a game engine called Bevy, which is something in Rust. And, that also didn't work well. But it was, like, a whole, like, entity control system or whatever the heck, the ECS. And trying to deal with that was interesting. It was not working great. I'm just like, you know what, I want to learn 3D graphics. I'm just gonna make my own engine from scratch. I can make my own optimizations and rendering techniques and whatever. The lag spikes you're seeing are chunks loading and saving. The particles simulating lag, though, that's definitely simulation lag. Yeah, the simulation delta is hitting like 1 second now, I think. But, like, realistically, would there be this much shit simulating anyway? Like, at once? I guess if you're in the sandbox, then yes. But, like, in terms of the gameplay mode, probably not. Like, realistically. But then again, like, as I add more complicated simulation rules and actually make things interact with each other, like, that will slow it down. So, but even then, like, in terms of the gameplay, this is probably actually not that bad. Other than the fact that things kind of randomly float, which is a bug that I don't want to fix right now. I used to generate randomized worlds back in UE4. I was fascinated with randomly placing things on the map. I linked you a clip in my Discord of 50,000 plus models on a map. My goodness. I mean, like, rendering's one thing. The rendering for this is ridiculously easy. Even if I don't do, like, the terrible greedy meshing that I'm doing. I don't even think it's greedy meshing, but the terrible, like, rendering optimization that I have, like, that's not even necessary. Rendering's just easy. It's really just the simulation. I can take a look on Discord. What'd you send? I have to read all this stuff. Just open this in browser. Yes, I'm okay with visiting a website. Actually, I can just make this full screen. Yeah, there we go. That is a lot of stuff. I mean, yeah, that's the thing though, is like rendering is really easy. Rendering all that stuff is like not a problem. Graphics cards can handle that, no problem. CPU rendering can probably handle that, no problem, with doing it the correct way. But like as soon as you turn physics on of any sort for all of that and it's all falling at once, yikes. Things get a little whack. I mean, technically I'm not even doing physics. I'm just doing like nothing underneath me. Okay, I go down. It's pretty much all the logic is. I mean, I guess I have like a queue of particles, like they can only update particles that are need to be updated, or the thing they need to be updated is only updated, so I'm not updating like all of them and like wasting time just updating things that are not moving. Yeah, that was ages ago. I didn't understand anything about HLODs or level instances. It would have exploded if it was all PBs. Yeah. But like this is pretty cool though to see that even like Unreal can handle that. That's pretty cool. Cause even like me, I don't even expect that their game engine could handle that. I guess I could maybe expect Unreal. Unreal is unreal. Don't they have their like nanite or whatever the heck they call it? Is like you can render like freaking trillions of triangles, and it's like, yeah, that's no problem. That was UE4 too. Oh yeah, I'm sure they've got more optimizations than UE5. Yeah, shit's very broken. But like, look at the mess I've made here. This is really fun. I'll cover up this mess over here. Yeah, simulation is struggling. Hardcore. Simulation's also all on CPU, so like I don't have any... I want to do compute shaders so that this works. Simulating this in a compute shader, it'll handle it, no problem, no matter what the hell I do. As long as I'm not like a complete idiot. Nanite is interesting. It's great for complicated models, but horrible for simple ones. It also can't do transparent things, has issues with landscapes and skeletal meshes as well. Interesting. I figure there's got to be some sort of downsides to it. fact, if I had this in GPU, I could probably just simulate, like, everything regardless. I actually don't use it at all. My FPS is about 10, 20 worse. Worse with it set up. That's awful, yeah. I really need a pause screen. Oh, I can actually draw other types too. Transparency is kind of messed up in my thing. Let's make a little pool, like a little pond right here. Water doesn't really flow, it just kind of piles up. Hi. What's up? What's up? There's a cat on my desk again. Sriracha, you're very cute. But you're also shedding like crazy. And there is just heaps of cat hair everywhere. Epic likes the hype stuff that's still very, very experimental. Oh, yeah. Their water plugin, for instance, is still in beta. They made it in UE 4.26. Yeah, transparency has issues, especially, I think this is on a chunk border. Yeah, caution, Z fighting alert. I'm on 5.6 now. Oh my goodness. Oh, it crashed. I don't know why it crashed, but it crashed. I hate when there's random crashes, but it's like, there's not any way for me to like really figure out what the hell went on. Probably just a memory leak, to be honest. Goddamn memory leaks. Oh yeah, pretty much everything I just did didn't save. Except some of the chunks that's really interesting, but yeah. I also need to get player physics working, because yeah, I would like the player to like decelerate rather than just like stopping. Fix bugs? Nah. Yeah, we don't fix bugs around here. Add a new meta waifu creator to the engine? Yeah. It's the epic way. Yeah, we don't fix bugs around here. Fix bugs, take things out of beta. Nah, it all just stays that way. Ah, Epic Games. Epic. The epic way. Wonder if it's crashing if I draw like on a chunk border and like the chunks are loading and saving and stuff and shit gets whack. Yeah, I really need to draw transparent stuff on a separate mesh. Kind of want to make a tear ability that creates blocks now. You mean falling sand simulation inside your game? I can get around that. Get some like voxel effects in there or something. We can change the step interval too, so it's like insanely high. So that's just slow intentionally. Falling sand simulation. Oh my goodness. When I made a game in my college, I had to add a falling sand sim to the I just had to. I was a little 2D there. We had little sticky notes in our game, and then you could draw on them. And I decided to add a little bit of a falling sand simulation to it. It wasn't very good, and it was just 2D, so. But it's an Easter egg. I don't think there's a way to enable it except through code. I mean, I wouldn't need quite that many blocks, but it could be interesting if I had a gameplay use for them. Such as I cannot speak. My goodness. Such an ability would be very powerful, so it would need to be late game. It would let you get basically anywhere that you could stack stuff. Oh, that's true. Let me see. The cat sees some people outside and is being a cat. She's so soft. She laying on my desk. I gotta get the cat cam set up. You know, I feel like I'm annoying you, but like, you were also really annoying this morning, Sriracha, so. Maybe a limited number of blocks and causing the blocks to get destroyed if they drop too far or into something like water. Yeah, you would probably have to do something like that to. Apparently setting the simulation step delay or interval to 0. Like, this is pretty good. But it definitely starts to slow down as you add more. But yeah, this is... And technically these are all, not all individual objects either. Not in not for rendering. You can see the chunks, they're rendered in chunks. So like this is all just one mesh. Each chunk is just a mesh. So like each of the cubes is not its own thing. It's all just part of one piece of something. You can like go inside of it. But you can probably see the chunk boundaries. I draw more sand. Oh my goodness, it crashed again. Enemies would need to be able to destroy them as well. Also, it'd be Fortnite problem where building is a defense, but with no counter. This is interesting. Thanks for the idea. Yeah, no problem. I have not played Fortnite, so I don't quite understand, but I thought that you could like shoot at things that people build and it would destroy them. But I guess you can just keep rebuilding, so it's like basically a shield. I don't know. I played Fortnite once and I was insta-killed. So I just never played it again. I also played it on my phone when it was still on iOS. Yeah, so now you can kind of see the chunk here. I don't know why I can't draw here. Thank you. So now like this is a different chunk. It's like all the particles that are in this area that's Z fighting with the edges. Yeah, that's all its own chunk. I need to get chunk boundary lines drawing. I need to start drawing some lines. Yeah, stuff is very whack with the chunk borders. I've seen people play it. You could build stuff anywhere and people can destroy it. What I've seen is people use it as a temporary defense. I guess it requires building materials to do, so it's not unlimited. Ah. Yo, Fox. Hello. I'm just filling in the area, because why the heck not? This is like actually really satisfying to just kind of do while chatting. This is pretty much what I wanted out of this program, except for the lag, but I pretty much met my goal with this sand sim thingy. But now that I want to like actually polish it and like I actually care about it more than I did when I started it. And I do want to add gameplay later on once the simulation actually works nicely. Yeah, there's a lot of brokenness of this. You can probably see the different chunks as they update too. You can see this one on update, but one little area of update before the other. So yeah, the one thing I want to get rid of is when it comes to the simulation, I don't want there to be these chunks. It actually makes it really tough to do stuff because when particles need to move between the chunks, it gets kind of yucky. So I need like a better way to handle it. I've had a few ideas, but I haven't really like figured it out entirely. And like if I use a compute shader, I can probably just not have chunks, to be honest. Or like at least the simulation area. Alright, I will be right back. I need to use the bathroom. You guys can watch the sand sim for me. Oh, my legs. Alright. Okay. Man, it is 85 degrees in here right now. It is hot. For reference, it is 77 degrees in the other bedroom. It is toasty in here. It feels so nice in the other bedroom. How hot is it outside?
It's 85 outside.
Oh, so it's just as hot in here as it is outside?
Yeah.
I thought it was just the computers cooking us alive, but I guess I have the window open all the way, so it's probably not helping.
What about that?
Mm-hmm.
It's like 80.
Irad, hello. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, I have 3 computers in this tiny room running right now. My girlfriend's playing a game. I'm playing the Sand Sim and streaming. I have my home server running. They're not helping that much. And having the window open. I guess really I need to have a strategy. I need to open the window in the morning when it's cool, because it's like 65 out in the morning, which is why I open the window. It's like, cool air. But then like I accidentally just leave it open, so like just it heats up. So what I need to do is open it, get it cold inside, and then close everything and like close all the blinds and stuff, and then it'll hopefully stay a little bit cooler. Welcome in, Irad. Oh, sorry, Sriracha. I didn't mean to bump you. She's so cute. I love cats so much. How's it going? Is going good. Sand sim is sand simming. Very laggy. 7 hours stream? Holy moly, it's been 7 hours. I did stream almost 12 hours yesterday, so I'm trying to make it my goal to stream like about 8 to 10 hours a day now. At least while I'm not working yet. Oh, that doesn't look good. We'll ignore that. But yeah, I've got like a main menu working in this. That's pretty much what I've done today. I've also just been like messing around with the simulation. It's yeah, loading chunks is extremely laggy. That is really bad. Look at this mess I made, and you can see each chunk individually updating. If I go all the way up here, that looks so epic. Oh my goodness. But you can see each chunk individually update. That's how slow it's going. That's not really the best. But yeah, a compute shader could handle this really well, I'm sure. And really, like, I should increase how many chunks are rendered, but like, I should probably shrink down the simulation distance. I think that would also help a lot. Because it's like, okay, yeah, the chunks over there are still simulating. It's like, it's got to do all of these. Whereas, like, I could probably do like a smaller area that's simulated. but like render out way further. That would probably help a lot. And the main problem is that the player is supposed to be like a chunk tall. So like this is the player height. So like this is supposed to be the scale of everything. Imagine this is like the ground I'm walking on. Like things are small. Man, I cannot wait to get like player collision working with this stuff. This is such a mess. Oh my goodness. I also need to... I've thought of ways to also make it so drawing is like seamless. Or at least like the particles will at least show up seamlessly. Could do some rendering stuff. But yeah, like the scale of things is like just very dependent on like your movement speed and like where you limit the position of stuff. I mean, even if... It'd be even cooler if I could make the player, like, double as tall. Like, if the player is this tall, that'd be sick. Only if simulation can work really good, though. Like, this would definitely have to be the simulation area, then. But I feel like the player being this tall is probably fine. I feel like that's the right balance between like particle size and stuff. Like it would be cool if everything could be this small. But like realistically, you really can't tell what's going on. And like trying to place individual particles would also get a little more nightmarish. Whereas if you're like this size, it's like, yeah, you could still place individual particles, probably, but, like, I wouldn't do individual particle placement, but, like... But then again, then it's like, if you're in, like, sandbox mode, you can just do whatever you want. You just fly through everything. It's sandbox mode. Then you can, like, fly up to an individual particle and... But yeah, I feel like this is probably the right scale. We just don't talk about the floating stuff. Things seems like everything's settled now. Nah, there's still some stuff kind of lingering. And it crashed. Ah, okay. That is true. Mood. My goodness, it's hot as hell in here. Hot as balls. I don't know why Twitch says I have 10 viewers, but my controller says 5. Twitch, are you okay? SMH. Text shaping engine. One of my friends sent this to me. What is this about? Interesting. All modern i1 8N infrastructure. Harf buzz. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at this. This could be nicer to use, maybe, but I mean, like, I already have text rendering working now, so. I guess I need to do this. There we go. So now I can draw and erase in the bigger area. I'm gonna probably down this a tiny bit. Just to make the area a little smaller, less likely to crash the sim. Man, this cat. She's so cute. Yeah, so cute. Sandbox. That's a little bit easier to manage. You can also start erasing stuff. Although erasing is super laggy for some reason. And apparently does not work some places. Is this a chunk boundary? I think so. It looks like it. I think there's some issues with some of the math somewhere or something. Oh look, now erasing's fast. Oh, but crashed. You can probably see the cat. I don't know why, this is just super satisfying. I really want to make this available on itch and stuff soon so people can mess around with it. Find bugs for me. I need to figure out why it crashes like that though, which is going to be a nightmare. I guess drawing doesn't work across chunk. Oh, yeah. Drawing might be drawing... It might be drawing outside the chunk boundaries. So like these particles are probably actually in that chunk, but they were drawn outside the boundary. I need to do some better boundary checking, I guess. Gotta vacuum all this stuff up. Okay. Let's see. Try place particle at. Yeah, I'm not doing any boundary checking. Oh, all right. I am hot and tired. I think I'm going to end the stream here. Let's see, what do we do? I'm going to leave that. Increased drawing area and added fonts copy to build output. Cool. I think I'm gonna call that the end of the stream here. I need to make dinner and definitely go the heck to bed. Fair enough. I got it entirely. I get it entirely. Thanks again for me thinking of new stuff. Yes, you're very much welcome. Let me go ahead and run my credits. I don't think too much interesting happened, so I should also go ahead and raid out so let's see. Yeah, not too many interesting things happened. Thanks to everyone who watched. Thanks to everyone who chatted. Yeah. Let's see. Raid channel. Who is live right now? Let's raid. I raided yesterday. I guess we had raid Hypnotic Games. Let's do that. Alright. Thank you everyone for watching. I hope you have a good rest of your day or night. Thanks for watching, and I shall see you all later. I should have started this. There we go. Start raid. See ya.